affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
And nor should you. Greetings, my excellent friends. Welcome back. Took yesterday off, as I have been lately. But we are here for what is my favorite part of the Lost Case of Ace Attorney 3, for no biased reasons at all or anything. Phoenix decided to run across a burning bridge because he's a genius.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Sam's been subscribed for 50 months because he's a genius. Guanbush nearly caught up there, but not quite. And did himself a bit of an injury, though, as is the case for people who fall from this bridge, he managed to survive. But he cannot do his job as a defense attorney, which is not good, because he's our main character, and the trials in this universe don't exactly wait. So we're in an interesting situation. Maya is gone. Maya is on the other side of the bridge, which is the only way to reach the area, apparently, because helicopters don't exist or something. So she's just not here. She's on the other side, and she's presumably okay, but we don't know because we can't get there. It's just not available till they, I don't know, fix the bridge or some shit. So instead, we've called in a ringer to take the role of player character for the next little while, which is an excellent idea. Edgeworth is back, and we are him, which isn't as special and exciting now as it was when this game came out, because of course we know that there are two games, the Ace Attorney Investigation series, or the Edgeworth duology, that exist for the DS, in which he gets his own spin-off story. But at the time, whoa, this was amazing. And I mean, the Edgeworth games are different. Because he's a prosecutor, you don't do what you do in regular Ace Attorney. You don't go to court in the Edgeworth games. Everything is about the pre-trial investigation that you do as the prosecutor, and so you're interrogating witnesses directly at the scene, and you do find the culprit. But the idea is, there's no defendant in the Edgeworth games. You find the culprit, and then you try them off camera after you've already solved it, because that's how the Edgeworth games sort of show how the law is supposed to work in theory. How their system was intended to operate, which is the prosecutor successfully finds the bad guy and goes to court trying them safe and secure in the knowledge that they've made the right choice. The defense attorney's only purpose is a fail-safe or a stopgap to prevent mistakes. That's why it's guilty until proven innocent, because you're supposed to be so dang thorough that you know for sure. But we have a whole series of games in which all we get are cases in which the prosecution has done a bad job. So the Edgeworth games are different in that regard. But anyway, I digress. The point is, right now, we get to play as Edgeworth for the next foreseeable future while Phoenix is recovering. In a traditional Ace Attorney fashion, Edgeworth is going to have to be a defense attorney. Mad on Guard is an interesting case because the prosecution were still wrong about what happened, insofar as they thought Matt had personally murdered the guy. He hadn't. He hired someone. And we had to unravel that. It was a double bluff. Technically, if we hadn't have done anything, Mad on Guard would have been locked up, and that technically would have been good, but it also would have not quite been the story as expected. Anyhow. minor teensy twists of circumstance that it's not terribly important. I will start the video game before I forget. So yeah, we now have Bridge to the Turnabout, which is the last case of the trilogy. Not the last case written for the trilogy. That's Rise from the Ashes, which was added to the first game late. But, ooh, now hang on. Before it gets deleted, let me just double check that I've been diligent with my highlight saving. Hang on. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Okay. Good, good, good. Because last week I remembered that or rather 2 weeks ago, I didn't save a highlight of my stream, which is, it is now expiring in 0 days. However, I did 2 in a row last week, so I'm all caught up, except for this one, which I'm doing now. Also, I'm annoyed at my Twitch dashboard, because something's been removed from it. My stream information panel, which lets me type in my stream title and my stream game, isn't on my dashboard anymore. It was just gone, and my chat window has been doubled in width. I think the reason for this is cleanup, because you can access the panel as a pop-up from a different part of your dashboard. There's a button for it, and I think they want you to hit that button instead of having it on screen all the time. However, because the way Twitch's dashboard works, it's all customizable and like it's panels that shift and change, and they always occupy the whole space. So it's just ruined where everything is supposed to be. I'm supposed to have a box in that spot, and I don't anymore. I don't know how I don't have anything to put there. So I'm very annoyed, and I don't seem to be able to summon this disappeared box back because it's no longer listed with all of the panel options when I go to edit. So they didn't just, you know, take it from me to encourage me to do it their way. They also took it from the list. So you don't have a choice. Thanks, Twitch. Appreciate it. There we are. So, we did not finish at a checkpoint. We finished right on Gumshoe's face, and the reason for that is because I wanted to stop because it was late, but I didn't want to stop without doing a little bit of Edgeworth gameplay, even if it was just a chat with Gumshoe and that was it. I had to. I had to. So, we've chatted to Gumshoe. Oh, we haven't chatted to Gumshoe. Cool, okay, well, we're gonna chat to Gumshoe. I thought we did. I think we chatted to Iris. Right, yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. Our defendant is weird here. Our defendant is Iris, who looks exactly like and sounds exactly like Dahlia Hawthorne, who we've already sort of arrested for murder. I'm not going to do a full recap because it's kind of really complicated, and I'm going to hope that you know this game or were here last week, because it's really complicated. Really, really complicated. But our defendant, I don't really know why we're defending them, because it appears that they are a murderer, because they have been before. But Phoenix is adamant, and so we do. And the victim is Elise Dunim, a famous picture book author who for some reason is particularly respected and revered at this spirit channeling temple. Also, Laurice Dunim, which will go down in history as the one thing in this case that has successfully managed to surprise Guan Bush, for now. She may be a murderer, but we don't think she's this murderer. Who the fuck is then? But, okay. Yeah, for once it's not Maya, at least. It'd be funny if Maya was the actual killer this time. I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. Oh, I should have examined, because we're Edgeworth now. He's gonna have a different thing to say about everything. I'll examine after this chat. It's simple! Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you've got no idea how much I miss that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here? On this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady, decisive witness myself. It looks like a pretty good distance to that far cliff. Yeah, it's gotta be around 100 yards or so. Detective, that's not even close to 100 yards. Well, I gotta admit I'm not very good at judging distances. It's about 20 yards or so, and impossible to cross without a bridge, it seems. There's a little shack down that way called Heavenly Hall. A shack? It's like a rundown doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing drafts of wind. Kinda reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace. Giving a hovel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Compton Castles. That's not such a great name if you ask me. Well, it's not such a great apartment either, sir. So this is the bridge Wright tried to cross. Pretty reckless, if you ask me. I'm amazed he survived the fall from up there. Yeah, he's one lucky guy, sir. Now I see how he manages to win his cases in court. Blind luck. Yeah, which was really awkward when he joined the police force, Sam. I think dumb luck suits Wright just a bit better. Some letters are wildly engraved onto a roughly cut boulder. Actually, the more that I think about it, the more they look poorly photoshopped instead. Dusky Bridge. It certainly is an appropriate name. You need to get some glasses, Mr. Edgeworth. That sign says Dusty Bridge. I can see how you read it wrong. You're the one who needs glasses, Detective. Try reading it one more time. Ah! You're right! It's Dusky Bridge after all! I guess whoever wrote this made a mistake. The rope survived the fire, surprisingly well. Yeah, like the base for making a new bridge is fully intact. Hey, it's a public phone! You don't see a lot of these anymore. That's true. Since we got one here, why don't we take a photo as a memento? Well, sure. Why not? Ah, darn it. I don't have a camera with me. I'm gonna go buy a disposable camera. I'll be right back, sir. What's so special about public phones, and why is he so fascinated by them? Yeah, he really was right back. Huh? What's that thing doing on your lapel, Mr. Edgeworth? Is it really that odd? You bet it is, sir! A prosecutor wearing a defense attorney's badge! That's like a detective with a license to kill. Does this little thing hold that ominous of a meaning? Have you seen this thing before? Hey, thanks a lot. I was getting kinda hungry. What are you doing, Detective? Ah! I thought it was some kind of candy that would fill me up, sir. Lately I've been feeling so hungry all the time. Ugh. Maybe his salary has been cut just a little too much. Look, I'm just your everyday simple detective. Don't ask me such tough questions, okay? That's not something to be proud of, Detective. There's a lot we don't know about this victim. We don't know her real name, her background. We don't know anything, really. That's rather odd. If she was trying to hide her identity, why would she become an author? I'll bet it was just one of those things. You know. She probably never expected to get so popular. Whenever something happens, this guy always shows up like he hasn't got a care. In fact, you know what? Every time he shows up, I always wonder the same thing. Maybe somehow he's actually the cause of all these incidents. I wonder if Gumshoe has realized it yet. But you could say the exact same thing about him. Your face is more drawn out than the last time I saw you, over a year ago. Really? I thought so. No, wait. It's not so much drawn out as weary and tired. Or maybe just plain old thin. Perhaps it's time for you to regenerate into the second Gumshoe. You could learn and play the flute. I thought that too, sir. My salary's been kinda on the low end. So yeah, my food options have been kinda non-existent. Off-brand chicken soup, off-brand spaghetti, off-brand bread, that sort of stuff. Explain to me off-brand bread. Is it just worse than regular bread? I thought you were really into instant noodles last year. I got really sick of this stuff after a while, sir. Edgeworth is one of the few people in the core cast who could claim innocence for all the incidents. Yeah, especially 1-4. He's supposed to be Ms. Elise Donem's apprentice or something. I see. Yeah, he drew a nice portrait of me. That's nice. But he made me pay him 50 cents for it. I'm sorry about that. You don't seem very interested in him, Mr. Edgeworth. I really don't want to talk about him. That's why. Presumably this is the same... Yep. Same speech as presenting the photo of her. Because it's literally a photo of her. Iris. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She wasn't from a prior case, was she? Nope, can't be. We did a database search with her fingerprints and came up with nothing. I see. I just can't shake this nagging feeling. Well, everyone knows that you were quite popular with the ladies, sir. Maybe she's an old girlfriend that you sent to Dubsville when you were younger. Detective, where did you hear such nonsense from? I didn't hear it from anyone. It's just sort of how I imagine you to be, sir. Do I really inspire this sort of frothing desire from the female masses? Excellently timed response, Demon Dragon. I think we go on to into the facility, but can we bring Is Gumshoe with us now? I think he's our Maya for the duration. So, like, does he come back to talk to Iris with us? Is my question. It looks like Iris is being interrogated right now. This place certainly brings back memories. Oh, yeah! Come to think of it, you got thrown in here once, too, didn't you, sir? But you know what? I've never been in jail a single time. I should think it's hard to land in jail when you're so harmless. Yes, well, if you're in jail, you don't have to pay for your own meals, you know. Don't get any funny ideas, Detective. Too late. I already did. In any case, I guess I'll have to come back here later. The guard is staring at me with a puzzled expression on his face. Me, and the badge on my lapel. I get the feeling he recognizes me. That camera is meant to monitor everything that happens in here. And right now it's pointed straight at the guard. Less of this thing / person is glaring at me. Well, maybe Gumshoe mellows him out. Yeah, look at his eyes. They're all white. It's like he's, you know, channeling the dead or something. Not that that would ever happen. February 8, Hazakura Temple, main gate.
Yo! Edgy! What took you so long? I'm so cold my brains turned to sherbet.
I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country.
What do you mean?
Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder.
Hey! Wait a sec! Hold it! Objection! What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and...
What kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth defense attorney just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore.
Ah! Dude, Edgy, I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet.
I'd say more like sorbet. It is rather cold in here.
Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one.
Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. That must be the main hall back there.
A brilliant deduction, sir.
Are you trying to flatter me, Detective Gumshoe?
A brilliant use of suspense to build the tension, sir.
According to Wright, the head nun has some important information. I can't miss the opportunity to speak with her. This gate looks quite old, strong enough to resist the weight of time.
That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. You got a real flair for words, sir.
I have always appreciated this kind of old, timeless elegance.
That's exactly how I feel, too. Take this coat, for example. Like a fine wine, it gets better with age.
Even fine wine turns to vinegar and begins to stink at some point. I suggest you wash that atrocious rag you call a coat, Detective. I can see a small bell tower from here.
Hey, that just reminded me. There's something I've always wondered about.
Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not.
We call a person who tells a lie a liar, right? So why don't we call a person who rings a bell a beller? Or truer for a guy who tells the truth.
Ah, man, I'm not gonna get any sleep tonight. I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. I suppose this type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains.
Say, this just gave me a great idea.
Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. Again.
I've got an idea for a brand new invention. It might even make me rich.
An invention?
Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'll call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you go for a ride in something like that?
Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. Well, from one fool to another. You know, I don't think Gumshoe and Larry have shared much screen time before. Certainly not Edgeworth. Like, when you think about the structure of Ace Attorney, there's not a lot of time for inter-character interactions outside of a few very select places. Obviously, Phoenix and Maya and Pearl get to talk to everybody. Mia never got investigation sequences, really, but she does join us for an extended period, I think, in Turnabout Samurai, so she can talk to a few people, but she doesn't get channeled that much. Other than that, there's the witness, there's the defendant lobby, and that's where a bunch of people get together and all chat a lot. But those scenes aren't long, and other than that, there's the courtroom, but that's really just judge, prosecutor, defense, assistant, and then one witness at a time, usually. Very rarely two witnesses will talk a bit back and forth, but that's... generally one of them's the defendant when they do that. So while we've certainly seen Gumshoe and Edgeworth interact when Gumshoe's on the stand, and we've seen Larry and Edgeworth interact a little bit, Larry's, I don't think, ever been on the stand with Edgeworth as the prosecutor. Because he was on the stand in 1-1 and 1-4, and 3-2. He just managed to duck Edgeworth every single time. And especially not all three of them together, except for, I think, the ending of the first game. Maybe the ending of the second. No, Larry wasn't in the second. Anyway, Iris.
Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet?
To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent?
Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer.
Oh, God. I was right after all. I should never have come back.
Oh, no, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time, honest.
If I had a penny for every time he said that.
It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, know what I mean?
Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry.
Oh. Forget it. I didn't say anything. What?
Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry?
What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it?
What?
Get lost! Go back on your charter jet and get out of my sight, you creep! And I hope your plane crashes and you die!
I'll ask just one more time. You complete pile of cock. On the night of the murder, where were you? And what were you doing? As I suspected. Psycholocks! Okay. Someone's really got to come correct him. It doesn't feel right to have Miles Edgeworth say something incorrectly. It truly does not feel right.
I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory's a wreck, dude.
Okay, so we're gonna need to poke at old friend Lazar later on. Cool. All right. He doesn't have much to say then.
Come to think of it, when you were a kid, you were always saying, "When I grow up, I want to be a lawyer and defend people." Or something like that.
That was a long time ago.
But see? Now you got your chance to follow your boyhood dream for a day. Edgy! You gotta do it! You gotta save my little Iris!
This is exactly why I hate childhood friends.
Hey, I know I may not look like it, but I'm an artist. I refuse to look at anything that doesn't have a radiant or beautiful motif.
He didn't even give it a glance.
That is literally a picture of... well,
Misty Faye, but
it's art! It is art! I am showing you art! And you are saying, I'm an artist. Fuck you!
Sorry. Calming.
Oh, hello!
Tide, how you doing? We are in the best part of Case 3-5 right now. Because I get to be Edgeworth, which is not ironic at all. And right now we are in possibly the worst part of the best part, or the best part of the best part, because I have to be Edgeworth talking to Larry. I have an ongoing war with, the default answers that you get, because I like to present everything. I don't know about you, but I like to present everything to everyone. And so many times the default answer is just so wrong for what we're showing them. Like, these are fine, but he shouldn't be saying, I'm an artist, to the lovely drawing here. Especially not who it's of. But anyway, this has a picture of Iris, so you should definitely have something to say about that.
Nope. Of course not.
Here we are.
I still can't believe it. She was such a great person. But someone's pinning this murder on my sweet little Iris. Edgy, please. I'm counting on you.
Well, frankly, I was hoping you could give me a little more than that.
Well then. I got it! I'll draw you a portrait. How about that?
Since you're kind enough to offer. All right. Kind of want to see that now. No. Profiles. I assume this is going to be the same line. Normally, the photo of Elise is the same as Elise profile. Yes. Blip. Let's just start with Phoenix. Normally Larry doesn't talk about men. Just doesn't have an interest, but surely he'll have something to say about his best friend since grade school, who is currently in the hospital after falling from the world's most survivable bridge. Except for the one lady who got stabbed there, but everybody else who's fallen from it has been fine. Go on, Bush. Considering that what he really means is, I only want to talk about women, the fact that it's a painting shouldn't matter. The thing that's weird is that it's a painting of a woman. Yeah.
He was a good guy. A real pal to the end. When I look back now, I have nothing but good memories.
What's with the past tense? He's not dead, you know.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, the guy owes me. After all, I saved his life.
What is that supposed to mean?
If I hadn't called for help so quickly, he would have died. It's no surprise, though. I used to be a security guard. It was all instinct, baby.
He has a point. He called me pretty quickly, too. I think Larry's pretty good at motivating people. I just wish he would try motivating himself once in a while. That was unexpectedly wholesome, Miles. God damn it! There's just a big pillow down in the chasm. Ah! They should, yeah, they should just put pillows next to every sheer drop. The world would be safer. Also, the world would be full of way more convenient places to catch a nap. And Butts refuses to say anything about Gumshoe. He talks about himself, though, right?
Huh? Me? All you have to know is to remember not to call me Larry anymore.
What?
I'm a new person now. I've been reborn as Laurice Donim.
Alright. Fine. Let me ask you something else then, Larry.
Call me Laurice. If you don't, then I'll call you Melise Donim.
Edgeworth has nothing to say about that. Right, tell me about your murder girlfriend who looks suspiciously like someone else who I don't like much. Well, me meaning the player. I have a feeling that she's hiding something.
Could be. After all, she's shy and gets embarrassed pretty easily.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Why not? Look, I know all about this kind of thing. Come on, Edgy. You were a guy once. Lots of girls are like Iris. You know I'm right.
Well, you most certainly seem to have convinced yourself.
Man, I love shy girls like her. It's just so cute. You know what I mean?
Still doesn't listen to others, I see. I guess some people just never change. Have I looked at the thingies? I did. Even the snowmobile, which is not at all conspicuous. Although it doesn't look like it's been used. It's still covered in snow. Would this game be subtle enough to change the background to have it like to clear off all the snow to give us an indication that someone's been riding it around doing nefarious stuff? I feel like no. I feel like their background art isn't their strongest suit, as we've established with the awkwardly photoshopped text here. One second. Just had to yell at somebody off camera. February 8, Hazakura Temple, main hall. My girl bikini. We'll get to her. We'll get to her. I love how much this just looks like a watermelon with a hole in it. Anyway.
Hey! Hello there!
So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth.
My! A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just...
Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. I must admit, this isn't a sentence that I have said at all in my life before. Generally, such a concept doesn't particularly interest me, but, well, the circumstances, you see, I just need to ask her a few questions.
Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you?
I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis.
If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy.
Mr. Edgeworth, this is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness.
Why didn't you tell me that earlier?
Why didn't you tell me that earlier, Detective?
This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start paying the department to work.
So,
Whoa! Making a face like that, is this the part where you start predicting what's gonna happen every festival for the next 5 years? Sorry, that was a specific joke.
What's the latest about my beloved Iris?
Well, first, I want to hear what you know. Actually, first I want to click on all of the things in your main hall. But I will get to you in the very important murder details if you just, show a little patience in these dying times. There's flowing script written everywhere on the walls.
Man, I bet you'd have awful nightmares if you tried to sleep in here.
This is our main hall, so it's protected by a variety of magic spells and charms. They're all designed to prevent evil forces from entering.
So if I slept here, the Oogie Woogie Boogeyman wouldn't hunt me down for eternity? Alright!
Does this guy think about anything other than eating and sleeping? He occasionally thinks about Maggie. And you. It's an altar with a giant Magatama enshrined on it.
There were lots of candles lined up on it, too. You know, I haven't had a birthday party for myself in a while.
Maybe you should blow out those candles over there to make up for that.
Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind singing happy birthday to me?
Stop that! Cut that out! Please don't blow out the altar candles!
Yeah, let's just create a religious incident for a joke. That thing sure casts a strong presence over the whole room.
This is the lesser Magatama. It's a precious heirloom containing a great many souls.
Ah, this is lesser? What is the greater one like?
The greater Magatama is displayed in the main room of Fey Manor. It was supposed to be shown at the Treasures of Karain exhibit, but it was so large that they couldn't bring it through the doors.
God, can you imagine if that thing fell over? There are more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack?
Beats me.
Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? I'd bend down, but, well, I have you to do that.
Yeah, yes, sir! Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Looks like an old manila envelope.
Ah!
What is it, Detective?
This could be it. An ultra-important clue. A super special clue.
I suppose I should read it myself, then.
It looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Unless you want your secret to be exposed.
This sounds like a blackmail letter. Normally those only show up in case 2. Note to Iris added to the court record.
Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor. A super-duper prosecutor.
Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. You should be nicer to Gumshoe, Miles. You owe him a lot. First, I'd like to ask you about last night.
Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple.
She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that?
I suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch.
Which creates a question, Bikini.
Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting.
Detective, this is no time for flattery.
Sorry.
Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here?
The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps.
I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason.
You get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, it is bloody cold.
All right, then. I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard.
It must have been past 11. No! I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart.
Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie.
I saw 2 people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back. With a sword.
Not just any sword. It's the side spiky bit sword. What was that called? The shit-oh? Did you see this criminal with your own eyes?
I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. But it was Iris.
You must have been quite shocked.
Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom. And I happen to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked, too.
I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed and then I passed out.
Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid.
However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural.
Unnatural?
The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness.
I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back.
A bad lower back?
Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall.
So you left the disciple all alone?
Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple, after she had rung the bell for lights out.
Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get some more details. So, who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple?
Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say.
And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course.
Special course?
It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times.
You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the Inner Temple, do you?
No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself.
Well, that's good to hear.
Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you.
Uh-oh. I don't think I like the sound of this.
Do you know that small girl? I believe she is Mystic Maya's little sister.
Maya has a little sister?
Ah, you mean Little Pearl. That's Maya Faye's cousin.
Little Pearl?
I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup.
Wasn't Edgeworth around for 2-4? Wasn't Pearl Wright's assistant in 2-4 because Maya was kidnapped? Like, how does that work? Oh, right, Pearl is missing. Taken aback by the nickname. Ah.
I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found.
So she's on the other side of the bridge, then? You mean she was with the victim?
It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back.
A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone.
As they say, the plot thickens. About this here.
Let me see. Well, as you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our attachments to much of the transient material realm. I guess you could call me an immaterial girl.
I guess she lives in an immaterial world, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth says nothing in the whole exchange.
That's one of the Fae Clan's very own Magatamas. That's a priceless treasure you've got there.
Wow! I'm impressed, sir. You'll never fail to surprise me.
Yes, you don't look it, but now I can see you're a real fan of the occult.
Excuse me?
Oh, of course this piece couldn't possibly be real, but to have such a nice replica? Clearly you are a big fan of the Kurain tradition.
Wow! I'm impressed, sir. You'll never fail to surprise me.
I should have known better than to show this thing around.
Huh? Oh, well. Look what you found. That's the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Misty Faye.
Faye?
It's been nearly 20 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Apparently she intended to pass on the master title to her daughter.
Who is this daughter?
Well, I myself am part of a branch family of the Fae Clan. But even I am not privy to information concerning the main family.
I have one of your hoods.
Well, that's a Demon Warden hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection.
Oh, I see.
What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection just by holding it, you know. Put it on already.
No, I can't. I was just,
It's like it was made just for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean by that, detective?
It looks absolutely marvelous. You just gotta keep it on for a while.
Is this some sort of divine retribution? Wouldn't knowing who is going to take over leadership of the clan be something the branch family should know? Maybe, Demon Dragon, but maybe also she's just being polite and not wanting to, you know. talk politics. Here's the thing, though. We've been robbed because there does not exist any artwork of Edgeworth in this hood. Well, official. I'm sure that a fan artist somewhere has done it, and I'm sure that that could be found, or made if not. Even a cosplayer, like, get on a full Edgeworth suit, but also make one of these, and occasionally put it on and look very, very, very embarrassed. About this picture.
Well, look at that. I look pretty S to the Xy, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally didn't think this was an Edgeworth line in the first half and then quickly corrected my gumshoe voice in the second half. Nobody's gonna notice that.
Up until recently, we've avoided exposure in such magazines. But this time we had our reasons.
Is that so? For example...
Well, why deny the world the sight of such a lovely face?
Shouldn't you say two lovely faces?
Oh, how could such a terrible thing have happened? It's all my fault!
Well, come on, lady. I don't think you need to take all the blame yourself.
Quiet! What do you know anyway?
Ouch! You're scary.
With that stupid 5 o'clock shadow and that stupid old coat of yours, it's too bad that you weren't the one who disappeared.
Why does she have to take it all out on me?
Her anger does seem a little manufactured. That was weird, Bikini. To Iris of Hazakura Temple. Salutation here.
Salutation here? Is that a localization gaff? What the fuck?
Please insert greeting in this line.
There is something I must talk to you about. I'll be waiting for you tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come, unless you want your secret to be exposed. Do you know anything about this old, crumpled-up letter?
Is that addressed to Iris?
Yup, it clearly says to Iris on it.
I can't believe it. That girl doesn't have any secrets from me.
Ah, so Sister Bikini didn't know anything about it. It does say to Iris. Iris? Iris.
This man. His face betrays a life of suffering and great weariness of the world.
Sure.
But even so, I can't believe this guy actually jumped into the river! Think of all the fun things he might have enjoyed if he had just lived. Relentless spiritual training alone is no way to lead a complete life, huh?
It sounds like she's got some major regrets she's dealing with. Perhaps I should let Gumshoe explain Wright's situation to her for me.
Hey, don't look at me like that. Do your own dirty work.
Sir. Wow, he grew a spine in like 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, in the 3DS games, you get a decent amount of front-facing Phoenix. About this here, Gumshoe says about his own face.
This is Mystic Elise's apprentice, is it not? I think he might have a bit of a crush on me. Sweet boy, at any rate.
Huh?
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Subscribe to Gavarok channeling technique time.
Oh wow, it censored Booba. Thank you for the resub, Bazza.
Oh, I don't blame him. Sister Bikini understands the temptations of young men.
Sure.
But I'm afraid it wouldn't be proper to abuse my position. I am head nun after all. But in return, I did allow him to draw a portrait of me.
I pray it was a pose that maintained your modesty. For everyone's sake. Wow, fuck you, Miles. Rude. You said you went with Maya to the training hall in the inner temple last night. Did you happen to see Iris while you were there?
Of course I saw her. I told her to meet us after ringing the 10 bell for lights out.
So you're saying Iris came to the inner temple then?
Of course she did. Iris has always been a good, obedient girl. After that, I had Iris help Mystic Maya begin her training.
But that doesn't fit with Iris's story at all. She said that she never went to the inner temple.
As they say, the plot thickens.
It's all my fault. Me and my stupid back. Mystic Elise has been murdered, an important acolyte is trapped, and a little girl has been lost.
You know, you really shouldn't be so negative. It creates bad karma.
Trust me, Detective, there's worse karma than that.
Quite right. I need to do some more training myself, I think.
Well, if we get any bad karma, we'll be sure to blame Bikini for it.
She's a very important visitor, you know. An honored acolyte.
Honored? How so?
The Fey name is synonymous with the Kurain channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed.
Now that you mention it, 1 year ago, there was a case that was about the master of the Kurain channeling technique.
Detective? I detest talk of supernatural drivel. I suppose now you'll say she has midi-chlorians?
So it gives you the creeps, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's got nothing to do with it. I just don't like Liam Neeson.
Oh, this poor girl. Where could she have gone?
Well, we checked out her home and she's not there.
When did we do that?
And she's nowhere in the vicinity of the temple either.
Which means there's only a few other possibilities as to where she could be.
Ah! Do you think maybe she fell off the bridge and was carried downstream?
Why do you have to be such a pessimist, Detective?
I was just trying to think like you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ironic. I became a pessimist only after I had the pleasure of working with you. Pleasure. Okay, the courtyard. With that lovely blood stain. February 8, Hazakura Temple Courtyard.
And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched.
Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating.
Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun Iris at the trial tomorrow?
Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment.
Well, in that case, I gotta be careful.
Yeah, I suppose you would, huh?
Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation.
Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own.
You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap.
Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years?
Ah, I just love skiing.
Really? You don't, seem like the type. Well, what about sleds?
Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know. Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is the world starting to go mad? The main gate must be just over that stone wall.
Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all.
Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words.
Really?
I would have thought this would be clickable. It's a lantern. I suppose they light it at night.
There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight.
Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill?
How did you know?
What's this? It looks like a wizard's staff.
That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise Donham. There's nothing strange or magical about it. It's a really good back scratcher, though.
Detective, why do you know that?
Huh?
Why do you know that the staff is a good back scratcher?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, we had to sort of figure out what it was used for.
Detective, did you rub the evidence on yourself?
A little. Oh, yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir?
Which doesn't doesn't exactly sound like I've suddenly moved back to the real script, but nonetheless, I bet you at least one person who's just listening and not watching thought that was actually part of the... Anyway. Yes? What?
This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this.
All right.
The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard.
That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me?
That's it.
The staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it?
Just the victim's.
Victim's staff, carried by Elise Donham when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. Wasn't used by anyone else. Well, no blood on it or anything, so for once in our time here in Ace Attorney, the long sharp implement isn't actually the murder weapon. Well, the long blunt implement, really. Although I suppose that pointy bit might be stabbable. The long sharp implement is over here, and that's definitely the weapon. I assume this is all one piece, but it may be two. Now, the interesting thing here is, yes, this is the same statue that we saw in Case 3 too, I think. Either this is the same statue, or the other one was like a replica. But what's different is this sword, because we had this very sword in Case 3 too, and it got bent. It was used to smack someone, and it got bent. Now, judging by the successful stabbing, I don't think this one bends. Right? So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon?
It sure is. It's called a Shichishito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir.
There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood.
Yep, it's all over the blade. Speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shichishito, too.
Fingerprints?
Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant.
Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? Hey, mate, you can't talk. You cannot talk. I was in a daze.
What's wrong? You're looking really solemn.
Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney?
Yeah, I figure it doesn't really feel good.
To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. It's a lot, yeah. Well, welcome to our world, Miles. But then again, how many times did you beat us? Once, and we fucking let you.
The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elise Donim. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery.
It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that.
The estimated time of death for the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on Feb 7th. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon.
The murder weapon?
The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but there's one strange thing.
Yes?
The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a 2-story building.
A 2-story building? That would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct?
Hey, you're right! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! That just happens to be the room that Elise Donim was staying in.
Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. So now you give me the report. Now then, Detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far.
Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, they had none. Right after they'd finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple.
Where's Heavenly Hall? That would be like up here, wouldn't it? Because there's a sign pointing to the left at this bridge saying Heavenly Hall.
At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hazakura Temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall.
The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor?
I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement.
What do you mean?
It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest.
I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor.
Yeah, I can see why. But I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge.
Yes, he certainly would remember my face even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Eh?
Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir?
There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Winston Payne.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth! I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull.
What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at?
According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes.
It's on the other side.
It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge.
The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple?
Nope, not a thing.
Nothing?
The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides.
In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple.
I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in.
Please be alright, Maya. So he knew who the prosecutor was. Why ask Gumshoe? Yeah, that was a bit of a clumsy sentence. Dialogue section, I guess. Segment? Segment, that's the word.
Oh, so I think I might have already told you about this, but the truth is, when I was a little kid...
You wanted to become a wizard, right?
Hey, that's amazing! How did you know that? So, what do you think? I'd make a really great one, don't you think?
We just had this conversation a little while ago, Detective.
This sword represents the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one.
I've never heard that one.
You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life would I have had if I hadn't joined the homicide division?
So you think about that kind of thing too, huh?
Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger.
I guess he doesn't have any plans to leave the force. He'd make a decent Blue Badger, if I'm honest.
This is the witness who saw the crime take place out there in the temple courtyard. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be her testimony that'll be key to this case, sir.
So you mean she's going to be a witness in the trial tomorrow?
Of course! A nun is as trustworthy as you can get. I did not go to a Catholic school as a child. We got this one in the bag! Oh. I mean, I've always been on your side, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. So yeah, this is a pretty tight spot we gotten ourselves into, huh?
Now I understand why Wright is always breaking into a cold sweat. I wonder if Maya is alright. I could never show my face to Wright again if something were to happen to her.
Oh, it'll be okay. If that ever happens, you can just show him my face. How's that? I didn't mean it like that, sir. It was just a silly little joke.
I wonder if there's another way to get across to the other side. The support wires for the bridge are still intact, correct?
That bridge is almost 20 yards long. I know I may look like it, Mr. Edgeworth, but I'm no superhero.
In any case, I just hope Maya is alright. What about Pearl? Has no one seen her at all since last night?
Seems that way. Apparently she hasn't gone back to Karain Village either, sir.
But it's true that she was with Elise Donim at some point last night.
No doubt about it. Ah! You mean that maybe whoever killed Miss Donim also...
Don't jump to any crazy conclusions.
Ah! You sure have one mean punch, Mr. Edgeworth. It's downright fierce. Wait, he hit him?
That doesn't seem right. Like, I'm not denying that Edgeworth would be capable of throwing a punch if he needed to. I just don't think he would resort to that at any stage. That is weird dialogue. Let me do that again. She hasn't gone back to the village. It's true that she was alone with the victim, no doubt about it. Gumshoe suggests that Pearl might have died. Don't jump to any crazy conclusions, and apparently decks him. Alright. Stranger things have happened, I guess. But that is weird. That is weird. There's also one in Game 2 where Phoenix slaps Lotta. Phoenix I can sort of buy it from. As much as he's a cinnamon roll, I can also see him just getting that frustrated with the fucking witnesses. I don't see Larry anywhere.
Maybe we scared the poor kid away.
His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. There's only one direction to go in. Oh, you've got more shit. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through.
Yep. I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross is how it goes, right?
Or was that leap? And? Is there something on the other side?
Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir.
What?
Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there.
Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey.
Oh, no. Her again? Anyway.
Well, that was very rude, Tamara, to just laugh at Maya Fey's continued misfortune. You know, there's an entire squad of people who would not be happy with that behavior. They've formed a whole conglomerate over this sort of thing. Maya Fey is to be protected and kept safe, not mocked for her incredible propensity for being in the middle of danger. Thank you for the follow. Please do not report me to the MFPS. Well, I'm sure that none of them are secretly watching right now while also lurking the stream. Anyway,
the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir.
For those in the chat, Total Spiff, by the way, is one of the cast members for the Ace Attorney musical that we're working on quietly in the background and being secretive about for the next 3 months, playing... I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, no, that's public information. The cast list is public because the auditions were public. Playing young Larry Butts. So if you remember when we played the first game, there was the flashback story for the kids when Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Larry were like 8 or 9. So as much as there's a Phoenix actor, an Edgeworth actor, and a Larry actor, there are also separate actors playing the child versions. Yeah, Baby Butts, which is a fantastic nickname. BB Larry. Oh, I have a DM, that's funny. Huh. Tide, lock your doors and close your windows tonight, okay? Just...
No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir.
Will she be alright in this cold? So how did this bridge burn down, anyway?
Well, gee, Mr. Edgeworth, maybe someone set fire to it. You ever think of that?
Oh, actually, no.
We're almost 100% sure it was lightning.
Lightning? Nothing actually happened. You are fine. I think. Prosecutor Godot. So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy.
What kind of a man is he?
He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good.
If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case?
You bet he is. After all, you-know-who is right in the middle of it.
You-know-who? Look, I know I've been working on my pop culture references lately, but I'm not going to make the obvious one here. On account of how the author can fuck herself.
Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright.
Oh?
Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a grudge.
And what would be the cause of this grudge?
I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something.
None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning?
Yep. Last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck.
Oh, shit. I'm glad I didn't miss this. I almost did, because they didn't, I don't know if I should have had this conversation earlier or something, and I just forgot the talk button, but yeah, a bunch of gumshoe that was different from the conversation we had later. Anyway, we have a weather report now. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge.
Oh, that? We got that information from the witness's testimony.
Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge. Who is this witness?
Sorry. I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir.
So not necessarily bikini, then. And yeah, now we have autopsy and weather data as well. Nothing to say about the weather data. Eagle Mountain weather data for Feb 7. Snow with occasional lightning strikes. 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. Snow. Lightning 10 to 11, right around the murder. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Well, back to jail, I guess.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind.
But I've already told you everything that I...
Iris, please remember. I'm on your side. You can tell me anything.
Yes. Thank you.
I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Donim with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well.
What?
When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night.
But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night.
It looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. I wonder if I'll find the answers I'm looking for if I break those psycho locks. Well, that ain't a hint and a half, but we do have evidence to present to you, because we haven't seen you since we started. Starting about here. This letter, it appears to be addressed to you.
I think it's someone's idea of a joke, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I threw it away.
She's not giving me a straight answer for some reason. I'm going to have to find someone else who can give me more information about this. Nope.
Is that the murder weapon?
Yes, it is. Have you ever seen it before?
Yes. Mystic Ami was holding it. In the courtyard.
I've since learned that's Ami, not Amy. At least I think it is. And apparently the head nun witnessed the whole sad affair. She saw you stabbing Miss Elise Donim with this very sword last night. So, what was the theory the last time we saw this picture? You think Iris is trying to pull it out? Because she thinks she's helping? It's like, yeah, it's like a pull grip. Mystic I am. Potentially. something about... We're literally asking her about the weather. Yeah, what's the weather like in jail? Jail? Jail. I'd like to ask you about Sister Bikini, the head of Hazakura Temple.
She raised me as if she were my real mother.
As if she were your real mother? I thought she was Larry's mother.
I was left at Hazakura Temple when I was just a small child, and she's taken care of me ever since.
Forgive me for sounding rude, but what about your family?
I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about this. Oh, this is the woman who was to undergo training last night. She seems like a very strong, reliable woman.
Whatever else anyone has to say about this Iris woman, I can't exactly say she's the best judge of character.
This is the trainee's younger sister, correct? She's cute as a button, and she seems to really love mashed potatoes and gravy.
Oh?
She even said she was going to have the leftovers for dinner the next night. And then she took the leftover potatoes and the whole pot of gravy with her to her room.
That's quite an appetite for such a little girl. And yet still, half as much as her as her cousins. Doesn't know Godot. No. Present the Magatama. Oh yeah, Edgeworth has a take that and a hold it now. It's great. I was frightened. Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand?
Yes, sir.
The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. A whole new light! In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night?
Yes, I swear. I already told you that.
Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened.
That's right.
If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? Letter to Iris. I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you.
That's...
Well, Iris?
Why are you glaring at me like that?
You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way.
But, Mr. Edgeworth...
Yes?
I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me.
A prank?
Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief.
I wonder about that.
Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her.
No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you did not want your secret told to. Phoenix, presumably. Unless it's Elise. Phoenix Wright. You mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say?
I should have expected as much. Especially from a friend of his. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it, but
What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions?
it's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge.
A small shack, huh?
If you see a faded sign on the side of the bridge that says 15 miles to the... It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near.
Where is it on this map?
It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking at Heavenly Hall... I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it.
So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart.
Yes,
It looks as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer.
in any case, you still claim to have never left your room last...
No. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night? Sorry, something caught in my throat and I suddenly sounded like you.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Iris's testimony. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you, I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. All right, then.
But it's pointless,
Why would you say that?
because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am.
And you don't think a follow-up question for that one, Miles?
Right then. I just asked Iris about her own testimony, and her response is, I don't know much about the outside world. That hasn't updated either. Alright, well, that's that. To the bridge. Ah, to Heavenly Hall. Perfect. Oh no. Dum dum dum. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. He's even kept his weird flag ticker from the samurai dog stand. Why is that here? And where is Australia? Fuck you. Whoa. Not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective.
Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next it's gonna be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself.
Shh! Be quiet and listen.
I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again.
Done that? What did he do, I wonder?
Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection. What the? Edgy, you dirty rat!
Come shoo, you oaf!
I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. Usually I only use that for scratching my ear and scratching my... Anyway.
You've watched too many trials.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? First we're gonna check out your home.
This is the Eagle River, sir. It runs pretty fast, so it doesn't ice over, even in the winter. If it had iced over...
If it had iced over, Wright would have been in some serious trouble.
You're right about that. He would have landed on the ice and slid downstream to who knows where.
Not exactly what I meant, but alright. What is this festive-looking ornament?
It reminds me of art class in grade school. We used to have a lot of fun decorating the classroom with origami, remember?
Well,
Oh yeah, you were never any good at it. Really? Yeah, this guy was so bad he couldn't even fold $1, let alone a crane.
We have finally found someone whose money does not fold.
Everyone tried to comfort him, but he'd just sit there sobbing. Really? I never would have expected...
Be quiet already! I'll never forget the shame of that day. You want a crane? I can now make a perfect quarter-inch crane without a single flaw!
You know, Edgy, nothing for nothing, but a quarter-inch crane without a single flaw is not easy. Yeah, that's quite a feat, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. They remind you of when you weren't perfect. Also, I just got an achievement called I Hate Childhood Friends. As Edgeworth, hear all of his and Larry's childhood tales. How many achievements do I have? I got 23 out of 30. What have I missed? I missed one from the very first case. I missed 2 from Recipe for Turnabout. And I missed getting every lunchbox from Angel Star. One day I'll get them in a replay, but I wasn't caring about achievements in a stream run, for obvious reasons. It's a little far, but I have a pretty clear view of Dusky Bridge from here.
Ah, I still can't believe it. Really.
What? What is it, Larry?
Huh? Nothing. It's nothing. Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
Something about that statement smells. And you know what they say. Or sing, in certain circumstances.
That's a horrible graffiti problem you got there, pal. You don't know anything, Detective. This is art. It's an expression of my bittersweet love for Iris.
Larry, do you know what the difference between graffiti and true art is?
It's how the artist himself defines it, right?
I should have seen that one coming.
Well, if that's the case, then all of my lunchboxes are masterpieces too, pal.
The straw roof is totally covered with freshly fallen powdery snow.
Wow, makes a nice image, doesn't it? I always did like the rustic look.
Heavenly Hall. I suppose it's an appropriate name in some sense.
You got that right. Look at that bridge up there. That place has to be heaven, because that thing is hell.
You would do well to remember, Larry, that this is a sacred place to some people. Not to me, just, you know. That's the lot. What is this little shack, anyway?
Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday.
And why were you down here in the first place?
Come on! I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's, artistic.
Now, I would like to point out that that's his accent. I did say artistic. But artistic, that's the accent. that I'm using for Larry.
It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse.
Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure. No one is likely to show up and disturb you here.
So can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe?
He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Yesterday, Larry said that Bikini is his mother. I don't think... Okay, I don't know what that means. I don't even know if that is, like, a localization joke, this whole Bikini literally is my mother. It is never brought up. Ever. Outside of that one statement. It is not a factor of the case, and there is no information on it otherwise. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, superfans, but I do not know.
Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris.
Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute?
Watch your mouth! Anyway, I made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl.
Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him.
Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet, but I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagined that I could marry a beautiful girl such as that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed.
That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt?
What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. If we really want to know the answer to that, we're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night?
Aw, man, don't you have anything else to talk about? With that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay, chill out with those scary eyes, I got it. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible?
Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? Anyway.
That's the staff that Miss Elise was always carrying. Miss Elise, why? Huh?
What is it, Larry?
There's something missing from this staff.
There's something missing? Huh. The photo of her should show it. Yeah, the stuff has a little purple, sphere on it. Doodle-doo.
I'm just no good with people like her. She reminds me too much of my mother.
May I speak now?
Huh? Sure.
I don't care how you feel about her personally. Just tell me what you know about her and how she's related to the case.
Don't you think you're expecting a little too much of me? I'm just a 25-year-old jobless bum trying to be an apprentice artist.
I'm actually starting to feel jealous of this guy. Just a little. See, that time he didn't say it.
Oh, it's Maya! Nick was trying to go save her, you know. But instead, he wound up falling off the bridge. I'm not surprised, though. Nick always gets himself into trouble.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black.
I just hope that Maya doesn't catch a cold, too.
Or something worse.
Oh, Hey, it's Pearl! But she's way cuter than this Pearl I used to go out with. Like, in a kid-cute way, yeah?
Yes, well, apparently she hasn't been seen the whole morning.
What did you say? Edgy? Why are you wasting your time with me, then? What's wrong with you?
Excuse me?
If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive you. Wow. I guess he's right for a change, sir.
No, I feel like I'm the bad guy in all of this. What is this, Phoenix Wright 1?
Okay, time to break Larry's brain.
We are a lawyer! We're not even the usual lawyer. We are a substitute lawyer. The night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night.
Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk.
Huh? That was a bit too easy.
Yeah, anyway, it was awesome! Never seen anything like it. At around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd been sleeping, not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white, like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend Naomi.
And then?
And then, it was on fire! The bridge was on fire!
Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth!
There are still 3 psycho locks remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen?
Where? You say? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question.
I was in my own room, by the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there.
There? What do you mean, there?
It's impossible for you to have seen lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room. I assume I just submit the map for that, because his room is here, and the bridge, well, there's cliffs in the way. He'd have to be from Heavenly Hall. This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple.
What am I looking for?
Do you see those giant fuck-off huge cliffs? I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees, and it's impossible to see the bridge from here. Oh, God, trees, too. I didn't even think about them.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, how about it?
How about what?
Do you feel like talking now?
About what?
It looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then, where were you?
You don't know that I wasn't in my room.
So where was Larry and why was he there? If I've read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed lightning striking Dusky Bridge from was... here. The place you saw the lightning strike from was naturally Heavenly Hall.
What? Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute.
Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet.
Uh-oh.
In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset.
I have to admit, I am impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night?
That's what you might call a fait de corps.
I think you mean a fait de coeur. Could it be you were waiting for someone?
Oh, no! You really are one scary guy, you know?
I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Godot! Well, Larry, was it Godot? Were you waiting for Godot, and he never showed up?
You know what? You should save your finger pointing for the courtroom. It's no wonder people call you a workaholic. You work too hard. You should be like me.
Well, I'd rather work too hard than hardly work like a loafaholic like you. In any case, I know you were waiting for someone.
Yeah, but like I said, it's a fair de guerre.
No, Larry, you mean a fair de cœur. At least I think you do. Fine, fine, I'll leave the theatrical references aside. You were waiting for Iris. Is that waves of judgment that I am detecting from my chat there? Alright, I mean, I'll just go if you guys don't want me to. There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry.
I told you before, don't call me Larry!
The person you were waiting for was Iris.
Suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy.
No doubt because of my chilly glare.
So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing?
This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. As love notes go, this is quite possibly the worst I've ever seen. Here's your evidence. You called her to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter.
Oh, hey, get that back! You're embarrassing me! What are you doing with that anyway?
That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry.
What do you mean?
Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that. You should be ashamed of yourself. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says, "Salutation here." I stand corrected.
Well, that's what it said in the book, Letter Writing for Dummies.
You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, "Dear Iris."
Ah! I'm so sorry!
So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you?
Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that. Nope. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean, threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed, that sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love?
What did you just say?
My love for her burns so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain.
Oh? Then what is this secret you mentioned?
Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want old Lady Bikini to know about it, right?
About our hot and sour, bittersweet love affair.
All right, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope?
Give me a break. It's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh. Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal? It's 'cause Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?
That's it. That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive.
Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something, I know it.
What do you mean, detective?
Don't forget what this guy said just a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible.
He's right. Larry,
What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone.
what was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another. You're gonna tell me one day, or I'll drown you in the river. Detective Gumshoe, could you do that for me?
On it, pal. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge.
Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true.
What doesn't?
If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning.
What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal.
No!
What's wrong, sir?
Does this mean I have to do it all over again?
Why are you glaring at me like I'm the next to be hit by a bolt of lightning?
I've just about had it with this harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand.
To be continued. Edgeworth just nopes out of the game mechanic. I love it.
But that's cheating. That's fucking cheating. We already broke his locks. Then we get more fucking locks? I haven't seen a lock this confusing since the one from Lost. Let's summon some music, first of all. 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Now, before we get into Iris's sudden revelations here, I am going to take a break. This is a very long 5-ish hour stream, so I usually take 2 breaks. This is the first shorter one. I will take another later when I go to eat something, but for now, I'll be back in about 5:10. Stay tuned. Try to recover from all of that Larry, and I'll be back when I'm back. Oh, I may as well do an ad break while I think of it. Alright, your streamer is alive. The trial begins. We're either going to do all of this trial today, or we're going to do half of it. Depending on what time it is and how I'm feeling when we reach that halfway point. Because it's hard to figure out. Previously, the first trial of a given case in this game only had 1 chapter, but I think this one has 2. And the second one has 3. So it's definitely a different beast from what we've had. It would be good to do all of it, but we'll see.
Oh my. Mr. Larice feels that way about me?
Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. Whatever it is. This is no time to be embarrassed.
I'm sorry. It's just... I'm hardly accustomed to that sort of thing.
Worry not. And in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him.
Does that mean Mr. Larice is the witness today?
No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand.
Sister Bikini.
She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Donim, correct?
That is correct. It wasn't me.
Nope, I remain at large, Havoc. Very well then.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed.
Don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements.
I see.
Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. Havoc, that sounds dangerously illegal, so I'm just going to go ahead and encourage you not to actually do that. That's what my friend told me once.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted.
Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands.
February 9, 10 a.m. And the courtroom is empty, but for Edgeworth and... Ah, you haven't aged a day, sir. Judge Chinbeard. Well, it is a full beard, but he doesn't have the... Is there a term for the shaved upper lip beard? So the other judge has this bit. Anyway.
Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ugh. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case.
Indeed.
I am not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. Roll credits. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant...
The prosecution stands ready.
And you are?
Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma.
Legends sing of the past. I am a Von Karma. That is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor.
Ms. Von Karma, do you have anything to say?
There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office.
There isn't? But I'm sure once before in this court... Ah!
I told you, there is no such weakling.
What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip and what?
I have no objection to the whip. Help me.
You don't?
The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee, but there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. Gimmicks.
This promises to be interesting. Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I have been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers.
I see you brought your flair for the histrionic.
Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Ah!
The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Von Karma, please give us an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible.
The murder victim is the famed picture book author Miss Elise Donim. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue.
The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene.
The courtyard where Elise Donim was murdered.
There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime.
Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand.
And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney.
Witness, state your name and occupation, please.
Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight.
If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness.
Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please.
Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone.
But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Ah!
The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once.
You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer.
In any case... Notice something. What did we just not have? There's something we're always supposed to have right now. We're not having it. We just skipped something. No. Well, yes, but no. I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question.
That's right. I could still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that.
Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, tell us about your... See, I don't like this. They don't actually say a boot. Like, that's the stereotype, is that Canadians say a boot, but they don't. They say a boat. Like, hey, look at that floating thing out on the sea with people on it. They say a boat. Anyway. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? The very first Canadian I met online and spoke to at any great length drilled that information into my head, and I cannot escape it. The night of the murder.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple. But, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it.
That's when you saw it? That's when you Frank saw it? So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple.
That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made.
There's only one problem with his testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle, now are you, Miles Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. The night of the murder. Wait a minute, isn't that bowl on her neck the thing that's missing from the staff? The coloration is different, but that doesn't necessarily rule it out. That said, I think she's always had this, even before release. Lost the ball.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but...
Hold it!
What is this inner temple?
Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right?
We'll be the ones asking you the questions, madam.
In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training.
And how exactly do you help with this process?
It is all quite exacting. It can't be performed without a nun supervising in case you die or something. Like a tutor, watching to make sure a spoiled child studies.
A tutor with a whip in your case? If that is the case, then why did you return to Hazakura Temple, where the murder took place?
Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently.
Hold it!
Violently?
That's right! It's no laughing matter, especially in winter. I can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training.
On the night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours hurting again?
That's right. Raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was going to finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Hold it!
You left Iris to help. With what?
What do you think? The Acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so we were starting to enter into the training exercises proper.
Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple?
Well, the job is simply to watch over the Acolytes so that they don't pass away.
Just to confirm this point again, thank you for the follow. That night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct?
Yes, yes. She's a gentle, honest girl.
Yes, yes!
You know, she is kind of almost Namazu-shaped.
She's never once failed to follow my directions. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak.
Hold it!
So you returned to the Hazakura temple in order to take a bath.
My back is to blame for everything. It's a do-or-be-done-in kind of world, after all.
How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking?
My, what a filthy little rogue you are! I know what's on your mind!
Huh?
I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you wash? Ah, this is why you have to watch the young ones.
What are you going on about? I was... Ah!
Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth.
The lowest of the low.
Is there some sort of kick-me sign stuck to the defense's bench?
Now, Miles, I love you dearly, but I gotta say, this is quite cathartic.
Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, you understand, so... It was after I'd finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it.
Hold it!
The crime took place in the courtyard, correct?
When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard.
Curious. One quick second. Okay.
That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case.
That certainly seems to be true. There is indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observation skills are. Now, what have we got? That night I was helping an acolyte with her training. Fine, that's true. My backlight likes to act up. That's true. I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. It's probably this one? Because Iris's key point is I never went there. There's no bath at the inner temple. We can't prove that either way. Just after I finished, I saw it. That's not specific enough. So, what have we got that suggests Iris wasn't in the temple? Interesting that these have rearranged themselves too, by the way. Like, we have this Iris being lured to Heavenly Hall, but Iris didn't go there, so that's a weak one. Iris's testimony rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was in her room until the murder was discovered. Now, this is weak. The defendant's own word is perhaps the least useful evidence you can possibly present, but it's still directly contradictory. So, I assume it's this.
Objection!
It is. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all.
Well, 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 don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hazakura Temple.
In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights-out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go into the inner temple at all.
No! She said that?
A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi.
Fuck. See, that's why he's the lawyer and I'm not. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie.
She does indeed have honest eyes. Ah!
All people lie. That is my belief.
Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question.
Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me, and yet you want to play that game, do you?
Well, that isn't exactly what I...
My memory is perfect. Crystal clear, especially in winter.
Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence.
Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick.
Then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination.
Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner.
Hold it!
Are you sure that you're not making a mistake?
You, young man, need to get your estimation of me up from the floor. Ugh. Iris always wears the same clothes. The smallest thing out of place would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. You're making a mistake thinking I made a mistake.
An excellent finish there, witness.
She gave away a piece of her outfit before going to bed. Still, I have to wonder. Received before the lights out bell the night of the crime.
Objection!
Witness, let's get one thing straight. Old Bag changed outfits as well. People can change outfits between cases, between games. But not important characters, generally. Except in very specific cases. Like Maya in the Tribulations uniform. Or Mia getting channeled by other people. Mia changes outfits a lot for a lead character. The defendant whom you claim to have met. She was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct?
Of course! That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that?
That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Ms. Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights-out bell was rung.
What?
You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood.
Well, well, well!
It's It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it.
Order! Order in the court! Witness your
Sister, this hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them.
I see. The stockpile. The surplus of hoods, eh?
Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned.
Then this is quite strange. Ah!
If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Ms. Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt.
Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with the testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple.
Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. Miles, what the fuck? Witness testimony after my bath. Right then.
I finished my bath at around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was... Oh, Mystic Elise! And with that sword of all things! Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window.
Why do you know that? You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you?
Body fell 10 feet after death.
If I was in your place, then it would be much like Ms. Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that.
This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoes.
I would looked a fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth.
Calling everyone by their full name, can't you do something about that habit of yours?
I finished my bath at around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple.
Hold it!
How far is it from your room to the inner temple?
Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back then that night, did you? That's right. I was heading along the walkway toward the main hall. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and...
Hold it!
You say you heard a noise.
Thump! Just like that. That could only be the sound of the victim falling. It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump! Just like that.
But then, couldn't this noise you heard have been the snow falling to the ground?
I never thought of that.
Ah!
The next one to laugh gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and... Iris was... Oh, Miss Elise! And with that sword of all things!
This is the second time that the witness has testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubt remains in these claims.
Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man doesn't give you the right to...
The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw, as clearly as you can.
Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that has been bugging me all this time.
Please, don't keep us in suspense.
Her hood! Her hood? That's right! It's coming back to me. Iris! She wasn't wearing her hood! I thought something was out of place, but... It all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right? Oh! Huh. You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth.
What do you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? Nope. This line of questioning is only going to tear the wound open further. These statements are as useless as the investigations of a certain detective. There is no need to record them. Very well. Please continue with your testimony.
Huh. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard.
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct?
Which means the victim's room was on the second floor?
No, Hazakura Temple is a single-story building, but the mountain itself slopes downward, which elevates the main gate of the temple, yada yada, to about the height of a two-story building.
I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct?
Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room, after all. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window.
Hold it!
What makes you so sure of all this?
It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump, just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. His hair on the boxes.
It appears that the witness was not mistaken then.
Yep, I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple.
There's only 2 of them working there.
What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark?
It doesn't feel like she's lying. This is a very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client, Iris, and my own abilities as a defense attorney. It's this problem, isn't it? The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of the window. Body fell 10 feet after death.
Objection!
Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say, anyway.
Oh, please do! My brain is something else, especially in winter.
However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report.
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
Ah!
that's right. It says after death right here.
The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall?
Order! Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below.
Were there any signs of a struggle in Ms. Donim's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Ms. Van Karma, was there any blood?
Ah! No traces of blood were found in the victim's room.
Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no
I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this. As I'm sure Your Honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood.
When it produces the most blood?
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood will be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking.
We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions.
Order! 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 I must admit that this is a probable version of events.
I'd expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point.
It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all... Shit.
Well, whatever that said.
Witness, please remain standing on the crate.
Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape. Especially my back and my mood.
Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here.
With the whip?
Oh boy. All right, all right.
I'm sure there's fan art for that too. It just might be a little less wholesome.
Anyway. Further details.
When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back.
This all confirms Ms. Von Karma's theory.
Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth.
Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that.
When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place.
At that time, was the victim bleeding?
Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course. So I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Not then.
I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound.
In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant in which the victim was stabbed?
Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise.
Why is she Mystic Elise?
Hold it!
Think carefully. This is very important.
It's Iris we're talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No. When I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body.
It might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory.
The victim was stabbed in her room and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth.
Remove sword from statue, stab person with sword, yeet body out window, remove blade from body, put blade back in place on the statue. Never seen so much blood before. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood?
That's right! Some of it had splattered onto Iris, too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded into corner.
What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well?
That seems quite conclusive to me.
What should I do? Press the point further?
Press harder.
Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed, but now you say you saw the victim bleeding?
Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw.
What did you see?
Maybe I didn't see the poor girl get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day.
Pulling the sword out?
Well, it wasn't exactly pulling, it was more like it came out.
Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony.
Oh, was that important?
More important than you can imagine.
I saw the instant in which the blade, plunged into the hilt, was smoothly drawn out.
Hold it!
Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out?
That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Army. Mystic Elise was on the ground and Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried up to the hilt. When Iris stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elise's body. It slid out from that gaping wound.
It goes without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding.
Nothing out of place here.
Is that really the case? I can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. That something which couldn't possibly have happened appears to have happened.
Yeah, that's some BS. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you?
Now, on to what the killer did next. You saw none of it, correct?
Well, I was unconscious. How long were you out for? I don't know. 10, maybe 20 minutes? A young man with a very prickly-looking head woke me up. By stepping on me, actually.
I'm not sure I like that method of resuscitation.
Well, I wasn't asking for mouth-to-mouth or anything of the sort. But I would have welcomed a more gentle awakening right about then, let me tell you.
I shall have words with the offender personally. What did you see upon awakening?
And when I awoke, Mystic Army was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back.
Hold it!
By Mystic Army, you are referring to the golden statue, correct?
Just stabbing someone with the shit Yoshido. The sacred treasure is terrible enough. But to then make Mystic Army hold the blade. Truly, a heinous, despicable crime.
It is easy to despise something. Anyone can do it. However, there is something that cannot be done so easily.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it is doubly hard for you. Anyway, what is the problem?
Exactly why would the killer set up this gruesome scene? Can anyone explain the reasoning behind that?
No, I don't think I can.
There isn't always a logical reason behind why someone acts.
That's true. So true. In early spring, for example, I often find myself...
There isn't always. That phrase might come in handy someday. There are too many unnatural elements in this case. Why was it necessary to use the Shichishito from the army statue as a weapon? Why was the weapon ultimately placed back in the hand of the statue? If I can expose the flaws in this testimony, perhaps then I will begin to find the truth.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness in this. How do you set it up with the statue logistically to have Elise be under it and the stabbing and like what? How do you get it the sword in and out of the statue? And most importantly, how does a sword shaped like that A slide smoothly at any stage, and how does it B not leave a whole mess of blood no matter whether it was pulled out or not? Because it's inconsistent. There's a bunch of blades, little side blades that cut in and out that you can't use that on someone unless you just poke them with the very tip and leave the tip in without a problem. Beep 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 boop beep 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 boop beep boop. It's actually a giant Rube Goldberg machine. I would pay to see that. Especially in Ace Attorney's 2D animationless mess. Okay, I think we just present the sword on that, right? Like, just look at this fucking thing and you will see the issue. The issue is deeply clear.
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about?
In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
What do you mean? Please explain. You
Explain yourself.
To start with, she has not whipped him once. Do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail. But I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose.
The objection stands. She's scary. I wept a little back there, I must admit.
That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly.
That's...
We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the Shichishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly, and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction.
You've still got more?
This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it. If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword.
No!
Order! Order! Ah!
Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that.
But what does this all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer.
And that is?
The weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shichishito. What?
A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool.
Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon?
Well, it's because Mr. Garmy was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shichishito was the murder weapon. Order! 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 Oh, for God's sake.
So maybe the Shichishito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object.
That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes. Namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found.
That's...
Answer the question, Ms. Van Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found.
Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me. Could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was it was just over there.
What exactly are you going on about here?
The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe... I think I might know where the sword was disposed of.
You what?
Fair then. I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister.
Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? Location of the weapon, evidently.
I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there, I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile, after all.
Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time.
Well, I'm not in the best of shape. What with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph.
A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way up to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Okay.
I saw the murder at around 11 p.m.
Time to have Gumshoe dredge a river. Anything interesting in this photo? Shouldn't it... Unless they exactly duplicated their path, shouldn't there be two sets? There's also footprints, but... No blood as well, yeah. But shouldn't there be two sets of... You wouldn't, like... specifically, like, guide yourself in the same way.
I saw the murder at around 11 p.m.
You are sure about the time?
Yes, I was worried about it after all.
Why was that?
Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple.
Her estimation of the time seems reliable, at least.
Please continue, sister. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate.
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct?
Right, the one who trampled me.
It seems she is the type to hold a grudge.
There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright. He didn't even have his cell phone on him.
He had forgotten it at home, apparently.
What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back, so I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. And there, I saw tracks! Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used.
Hold it!
As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited.
That's it, that's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls.
Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived?
Yes, of course, it was parked in front of the gate. So, she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time.
I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do?
Press harder.
I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time?
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean, eh?
What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then that means it was recently used.
Ah, I see! I never thought of that.
That's right. I overlooked that too.
Of course you did.
Then answer the question, please, witness.
I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it.
Snow?
Yes, for some reason only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow.
There wasn't any snow on it?
Curses. It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh?
How long does it take to get to Dusty Bridge by snowmobile? It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those.
Hold it!
In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking.
Ah, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain?
I think that's why the question was asked in the first place.
It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch. Just like that. Crunch.
Crunch.
I haven't been able to find the courage to ride anything since then. Not snowmobiles, not cars, not bicycles, not Anyway, the killer must have used it. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out?
Hold it!
Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for?
Like I said, somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile.
I have to concede that is more than enough time.
Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all.
While it would have been possible, time-wise, one element remains out of place here.
Oh, and what would this mystery element be?
The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods?
Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Ms. Van Kerma? Ah!
Turning to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while? Your Honor.
What?
She's as over the top as always.
Anyway, whatever the reasons, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth.
Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Well, that's not a lie. It takes 15 minutes, but less than 5 using one of those. Alright, so yeah, here's the one you'd want to poke at. Maybe they threw the weapon in Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Do we want to suggest that the tracks are why? I mean, I guess so. I don't have any better ideas. I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You've finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be 2 sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge, and those from coming back.
Ah, you're right! You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it?
I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Ms. Von Karma, that is impossible.
Would you care to explain? Why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? Personally, I prefer the open hand.
No need. The evidence will do all of the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Didn't the weather report say it stopped snowing at 11? The time of the murder? Snow to 10:50, lightning to 11. So yes. Or so claimed Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. I think it's the weather report, but I'm not fully certain on the timing. But like, it's the only thing it could be, so it must match. It must check out. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime.
Like I said, it was around 11.
Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. That's it. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Order! Order! Very well then. It looks like Ms. Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. Yeah! Sorry, judges tend not to have much of a social life, so, we watch a bunch of TV shows relevant to our job in our spare time. And, well, it just kind of happens. Ah!
It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct?
No, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data. Ah!
Forecast, data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m.
It's true, we cannot be totally sure, eh?
What? How did she pull that off?
It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I, too, cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning the testimony.
You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth.
Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Could be that because there's no snow in that photo. I feel like presenting Track's photo again would be redundant because we've already done that. Yeah, the body has no snow on it. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right, but proving that is
incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception.
And that is?
The victim herself, Ms. Elise Dunim. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks.
Ah!
Order! Order! Just what are you... there?
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained.
Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile.
Huh.
Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple.
But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance.
The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge. So she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot.
That sounds right.
But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too.
But that isn't possible!
Order! Order! Order in the court! What does all this mean?
So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, then there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble.
I think we've learned all we can from this witness.
Yes, I've nothing more to add. I've told you everything. Everything that I know.
But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh?
Was there no one out, walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night?
I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that. Unless they had something really important to do.
That's a shame.
Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor! Actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
Really?
Do you know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are two things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder.
And the second being?
This individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about?
I mean, it could be Phoenix, but it is Larry.
This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc Deladuc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting.
This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Donim.
Her student. Interesting. I thought she wrote. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder?
That's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness, before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him, although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man whom I have never met...
Oh my god!
We're about to witness something.
What exactly was it that he saw?
I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom.
Summon this youth as a witness immediately.
I have no choice, do I?
I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Larry! Very well.
Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you.
The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break, as will the streamer. Ms. Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good. Well then, court is now in recess.
Okay, well, it is definitely early enough for me to keep going. But I am going to take a break and I'm going to eat and relax my throat a bit. After I bring some music back up, of course. I don't know if this part is going to be longer. If it takes me to my time limit, then I will stop at what is hopefully not too egregious a point. But we're going to try and get to the end of this section. So I'll try to not take too long of a break. But I still need one. February 9, 11:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. And please enjoy the waiting room music once again. I will return. Try not to miss me too much, unless you're, you know, taking aim. everybody. Not to scare the shit out of you or anything, but I'm back. Always tempting to just either scream into the microphone or, you know, do the best creepy ghost laugh that I can pull out. But I don't want to destroy my viewer base. At least when there's music on, you know that a stream's on, right? Like you don't get completely shocked by the sudden voice in your ear. It's why I bring it forward now. I used to just stop on the save screen, and that was not nice. I was wrong to do that, and I don't do it anymore. All right. I'm going to try and get this last chapter done in an hour and 45, which would make it like the first proper 6-hour Ace Attorney stream in a while. I normally stop by hour 5, but I'd like to. I'd like to do the entire trial if I can, because that would then just leave us with the final stretch of the case, last investigation, last trial, which will probably still take 2 weeks. Like, if I do a longer week this week, I'd probably do 2 shorter weeks to finish it, because I don't think I could do all of the end of 3-5 in one 6-hour stream. But 2 5-hour, 4-hour streams, I reckon I could. I don't know. It's hard to tell ahead of time. All I can do is react. Buts.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
Alright, I'll help you any way I can.
First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying.
Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple.
Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple's snowmobile was used in between the times Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There is only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
Iris.
I can't tell you about that yet.
Yet?
Not until her safety is confirmed.
Her.
The safety of the Acolyte.
The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Donim?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
Just a quick check-in with those of you that have not played this game and have come with me on this journey and don't know what lies beyond. How are you currently feeling about Iris? Those of you that have played the game, now is your time to shut the fuck up. But don't engage with what they're saying. But I am curious. Speedy, hello. As I thought. No psycholocks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. But we've already seen that Dahlia has a sister, Gwen. Valerie Hawthorne. She didn't look anything like Dahlia. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. February 9, 11:36 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely.
Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained?
He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
I can only assume that his intention was to capture you.
Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Laurice de Nim. I hope you're ready. Get in here.
It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. And I, for one, can't wait.
Ah! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey! I was just artistically recreating... Ow! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian.
Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it?
I know! I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope.
That's it! Thanks, buddy!
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see? I got nothing to do with this trial, at all! I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red! Or, to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch! Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man.
Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, this was all your fault. Testify now.
This is too much for me. What I saw. I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but, I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. On ING.
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation? Or anything else?
Well, we already knew your name, and we don't believe you have an occupation. Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized it for himself. Just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything. Every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With, no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time.
was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse.
So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip.
Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right?
See? You can do it if you try.
Ow, 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 ow!
There is only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge.
I walked to the bridge a number of times, but
A number of times. How many?
maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes.
Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night.
You bet! Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands.
Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter.
Blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing. Ow!
You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness!
So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh?
Well, you see...
Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
I didn't see a snowmobile.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it?
Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile.
Larry, say snowmobile for me, please.
Snowmobile.
If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest?
Just shut up. What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me.
It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone.
That's right.
Is my Larry Meowth?
Because I got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces, now!
It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. So he said, don't do this one. It's either going to be I walked to the bridge a number of times, or I didn't see anyone. Do we know that that's wrong? I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night. Do we know that there's anybody that he saw specifically at the bridge? We know he didn't see Iris. There's nothing about him seeing Bikini. Bikini did go there and back. Yeah, but we don't have anything about it. He did see Phoenix. Does that count? It should, because, like, Phoenix isn't here. We're not him. Like, Phoenix met Larry at the bridge at night, and then ran across it and fell. He's claiming he saw no one that night. Yeah, no, fuck you, mate. Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Edgy, are you trying to console me?
It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
You're totally pinning this on me.
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts!
That's right. Me. In the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change.
But what do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But as this is a courtroom and not a therapist's office, for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you.
Edgy, I think I finally woken up.
Did you?
Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well.
I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder?
What I saw, part 2. Yeah, how you feeling about this judge now, Demon Dragon? You really didn't like this guy in the last case. I like how they seeded him in this game in order to create this situation. Like, that's the only reason this other judge exists. It's to create the plausible deniability for Edgeworth's ability to be the defense attorney in this section. That's the only reason this other judge exists. You could have done case 3, 4 with the original judge. You could just say that he was... Well, I guess there's the Dahlia connection between those as well. It does, yeah, it helps that as well. But you could have probably worked that out. But the way they seeded him in by first having him show up in case 2 for like 2 seconds, right? When Luke Atme is having his theft trial in the next room, and Winston Payne is prosecuting, and you see this flash of pain, but you also see the judge. You're like, who the fuck is that? Oh, I guess they have another judge because it's a different courtroom. And then he's like, wow, they made a whole model just for that one frame continuity thing. No, they didn't. Yeah, Guan was also bringing that up. But anyway.
I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you?
So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire?
It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burned out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall.
What did you say?
Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold.
I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky.
I like that she cares.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m.
Hold it!
What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half?
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited? Dare I even ask?
I set the meeting time as 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early too.
Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end.
Yeah, that's usually the case with me.
Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they?
Shut up! Don't go picking my fond memories apart! Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me.
Hold it!
So he was being excited, but he was also lying in bed. This light was, of course,
Lightning! Like kapow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom! Ah!
Or a little like that?
That's more like a punch from Miranda.
Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge?
Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so... I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire!
Hold it!
seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my heart.
And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge?
Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, I changed my mind.
I'm not sure I care for the forget-it attitude you had at first, Witness.
There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out.
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on. Well, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him for a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Why did you go to the bridge? I mean, it was on fire. Why did you go towards the fire? I mean, that's a little bit of a dumb move, but I don't know that it's that surprising. I think a lot of people would. Not everybody. Some people would be too shit scared, but a lot of people would want to get closer carefully to see what the fuck is happening. Why doesn't he call for help, though? That's a very good question. Deeply good question. Yeah, but Larry might have had a mobile. Sorry, cell phone. Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone, Larry! There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, of course I thought of doing that.
So then, let's hear why you didn't.
Huh? Yeah, okay. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to, okay? I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright?
Yeah! I thought, I better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder! It totally made me forget about the bridge.
The fire was pretty much out by then, anyway.
What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease.
It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less.
He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Would have been 10:30. Flash of lightning. He went right away. Nick arrived a minute later. How does this match up to the weather data? Lightning was from 10 to 11. Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45, and another 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. This is probably the problem.
Objection!
Got it? Yeah. It had to be that evidence. The only problem was it the correct statement or not? And that was the statement that Edgeworth seemed to be, like, questioning, and the one that we brought forth, right? So that's the one I go with. Okay. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not.
What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien.
But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time.
I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those.
This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct?
Yeah. Well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less.
I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m.
That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his fallen act.
That is impossible.
What do you mean?
11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There is no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time.
Excuse me. I have an objection.
Fascinating.
You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry! I'm Loristo! Yeah!
It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that.
Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Kahn. The slope ahead is slippery, for there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m.
And why not?
It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means... what, exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Please ignore the fact that you can clearly see some flames in the picture, which is the same picture that we saw when Wright arrived. Just trust us, okay? Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. But Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback.
Guys, I am genuinely not okay with this sentence. I feel emotionally injured by not only its existence, but the fact that it came from my mouth. Which is in and of itself a sentence I regret saying.
I guess I was still sleeping after all. Pitch me.
Order, order, order!
So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem.
Yeah, not much of a problem at all. After all, it's not a 25-minute gap or anything, it's just 15.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why, then, did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes.
I may really say it this time. Every time!
Then, say it.
Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. About this, rather. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap... What were you doing, witness?
The missing 15 minutes.
I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching! In front of the bridge! I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page before I realized that the flames had gone out and then he came running up. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right! I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sound of it.
Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts?
Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy.
The missing 15 minutes.
I'm a donim! I'm an artist! What do you think I was doing?
Tell us, Larry.
My name is Laurice! Get it right! Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am.
There's a different reason, actually, Larry.
Just who exactly are you?
Besides, he is popular with the ladies. It's just that the ladies aren't popular with him.
I'm Laurice Donim, apprentice extraordinaire.
That's what he calls himself, in any case.
Then you are an artist? Of course! I'm an artist, the real thing!
Yet again, that's what he calls himself.
Names mean nothing. There's only one issue that I came to discuss. What were you doing?
That is a very big issue indeed.
Sketching! In front of the bridge! I was whipped up into a frenzy of art.
Sketching. The burning bridge.
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine is... Ah!
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
You want me to whip it out right here? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
That does indeed seem to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Gotta look. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch. Please?
Well. Even I couldn't have imagined that it turned out like this.
Imagined what?
That Laurice Stonehim's debut would take place here today, like this. Ouch!
Show it now.
Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Stonehim. What the fuck is that?
Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Van Kerma?
Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Of course, I was expecting stick figures, so...
Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry!
What?
The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate-looking figure?
Ah, you spotted that. I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. Which leads me to the conclusion that it may in fact be a depiction of you, but nonetheless.
It's Iris, of course. Iris! I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please, answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist. A real artist.
You...
Hi! The girl. She's really high up in this picture. What was that for?
This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there is some precedent for this.
She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What? Me?
This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth.
Let us get back to the cross-examination. By force, if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what did you think of my debut piece?
Get that thing away from me.
Larry's sketch added to the court record, and man, we're not holding back in the description. Now hurry up and cross-examine him.
I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering.
Hold it!
Just where did you see this sight? Wait, did you say hood? Just where did you see this sight from?
Hey, no need to shout. When I was lying in bed in that rundown shack, the crack of the lightning bolt made me realize that the bridge was burning. I just watched it for a while from there, thinking how nicely it was burning. Then after about 5 minutes, I saw it.
The defendant's flying.
That's right. That's when I decided to go to the bridge.
I see. That all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself. Yes, this sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous.
The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page.
Hold it!
You transferred everything directly onto the page. And is this... that is this sketch here?
Yep, sensational, isn't it? Or should that be scandalous? It put my mind at ease anyway.
It did.
That's right. The reason she didn't come to me, even though I waited for her, was because she was trapped on the other side of the bridge. Could it be that Iris undertook that dangerous, desperate flight in order to reach me? That's gotta be it. All right, go me. Nice, ouch.
Continue, please.
Before I realized that the flames had gone out and then he came running up.
Hold it!
You forgot the passage of time to that extent, did you?
Well, once I get caught up in something, I tend to forget everything else. You ever heard of ADHD?
That's true. He's always been that way. I guess he's not lying about that, at least.
Phoenix Wright appeared on the scene after 11:15. If he was drawing until then, that dispels all doubts.
Aside from doubts of his humanity, eh? There is a big clue waiting for me in this cross-examination. This testimony does nothing less than mock the court. But I am sure that there is a vital kernel of truth hidden in it somewhere.
I'm a donym. I'm an artist.
We know, we don't care. Alright, so it's Iris and Hood. It's very easy. But I press everything for maximum story.
Objection!
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant Iris.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Ah!
A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. Now, how exactly can you make this claim?
Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw, was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Ah!
It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench.
Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight?
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you, Nick? You dog!
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage.
What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness?
I hate to have to do this, but, I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive?
Evidence?
Iris... Yeah.
Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Maurice Donim, shall prove it.
I didn't expect to ask this again. But we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay. I hope you're ready, Edgy. Because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain!
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me.
Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost the crystal sphere that night.
A crystal sphere?
This one. Pretty, isn't it? It's got blood on it, too, which is probably going to come up later. But finders keepers!
That sphere. Where did you find it?
Let me see. Around here somewhere? Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow?
It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling. There was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
The court accepts this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward.
There's something on it. Oh my. It's blood.
What?
Blood?
Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge the night of the crime. Has blood on it.
You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Lorisa Nim only a few minutes ago?
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone.
So you went to the burning bridge?
That's right, to meet Iris. She actually flew to get to me. The least I could do was meet her halfway.
But the defendant was not at the bridge when you got there, you say?
I guess she went back to Hazakura Temple. She's a girl, after all. She must have wanted to look her best.
It must be lovely to live in the fantasy land of Larry's mind. Actually, it's so depressing that I can't even work up the energy to point. So, what did you do next?
I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her.
So you searched all over for her?
She was flying pretty high, you know. I thought maybe she slipped on her landing and got hurt. Hey, it was more than possible. Also, when I headed out to the shack the first time, I was snacking on a banana. I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere around there, so, you know.
Can one man really be this stupid? So, did you find any signs of her so-called landing?
I don't really remember. I kept on falling over myself and kinda lost it for a while there.
You, fell over yourself?
Yeah, the snow was deep and there was even a banana peel out there.
Yep. There's stupid, and then there's Larry Butts.
the short of it is that you didn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Then what happened next?
That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow.
Hold it!
Half buried?
It was sitting in the snow with a little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out, too.
I'm impressed. You did well to find it.
No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro, a genius security guard. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help in my search, and it sparkled really brightly, as if it was saying, "Here I am!" to me.
It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But need I remind you that she was not wearing her hood that night?
I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood.
Hold it!
Each nun is assigned their own hood, and they are only assigned one.
I don't know anything about that, okay? And Iris is special, alright, dude? Even if she did steal a spare hood, I'll forgive her.
This is getting us nowhere. Our destination for the day, it seems. However, this crystal sphere was found near the bridge, that is a fact. If it didn't come from a hood, where could it have come from? That is the question I aim to answer.
After all, no one else could have lost the crystal sphere that night.
Hold it!
Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reasons you thought that this was Iris are the hood and this crystal sphere, correct?
That's right, my gut is never wrong. Except when I eat tacos. I met that old bikini in the next morning. And her crystal sphere was still there, safe and sound, right under her chin.
Indeed. She was wearing it in this very room earlier today. This case isn't going to end without a fight. Exposing the obvious contradictions in this testimony will be easy, but I fear that all that awaits us are further mysteries. Alright. No one else could have lost a crystal sphere last night. Have you seen this empty stick lately?
Objection!
Larry, that night, there was someone. Someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot?
Ms. Elise Dunim, the mentor to a stupid idiot.
The victim?
I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere.
Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! How?
A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch.
They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah! The crystal sphere! It's gone!
What? What?
What?
What?
Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Ms. Elise Dunim?
A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected.
You can't do that! I saw it with my own two eyes!
And this crystal sphere. This is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miss Miles Edgeworth.
Kai the Firebird, hello.
we're a game ahead of that scene, I'm afraid. So that would have been cool.
Elise Stonem was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all.
Ms. Franziska von Karma, the only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case?
That crystal sphere. It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There is blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch.
What? You mean I'm the killer? No way!
All joking aside. Just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe that this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Donim left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely.
Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a colossal waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place?
No.
Yes, we can. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case.
You will do what?
That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered.
That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright. And I am indeed cornered.
I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
Can we see the staff in this crime photo? No. We need Phoenix to be forced into prosecuting. That has happened. Just not in official material. And it is not worth watching. It was buried in snow. Shit! No, yeah, right. I was just... I hadn't started moving yet. I didn't... Okay. She's not covered in snow. If it's covered in snow, it had to be before... Yeah. It's the sphere itself. This crystal sphere. It was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Shut up forever. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear.
What?
When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing. even if ever so slightly.
Snowing?
On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. Order! 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 On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose.
What could that have been?
This sphere, there is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness!
Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Ms. Von Karma?
Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing!
No, it isn't!
You said it yourself! Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donim's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. Well, we got this wonderful snowmobile.
On that snowy night, there is one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon. But it could also have been used to carry a body.
Order! Order! Order!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim, Elise Donim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, never let alone describe it.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. In fact, it would not be a lie to suggest that he has fallen off the tree. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored, which, of course, can refer to every second girl he ever meets, but nonetheless is a reasonable assumption. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy? Thank you. Well, I could have done without all that additional commentary. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
Ah!
Right? I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was one reason, and one reason alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Franzi whipping me all. Ah, day, ouch!
Miles Edgeworth.
I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you onto my heel.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a shame, Franzi! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You are an affront to all the legal system stands for. Ow, 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 ow. I demand satisfaction.
I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Also, possibly some first aid for that man. Have his words here today been the truth, or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution.
And with this, the rest is up to you. Right.
Court is now adjourned.
To be continued. And that, pretty much from start to finish, except for the very beginning, which we did last week, is the Edgeworth section of Bridge to the Turnabout, and probably my favorite part of the trilogy, just because I like Edgeworth better. That'll do me, I think. Technically got 40 minutes on the schedule, but we'd end at a more awkward point if we don't stop now. So we do stop me now, because I've had such a good time, but I also know the value of moderation. Yes, next week and the week after, presumably, we will do the second half of the case. They might be shorter streams even than this, just depending on... I'll probably take a look at... like a playthrough video to see its length. I do that sometimes. I look at the section, like, alright, so that took someone who was playing without commentary that amount of time. Therefore, if I add in another half an hour to an hour because of my bullshit, and then I compare it to 5 hours, because I got to also count for my break, I can sort of figure out how many streams I need, but it's an imprecise science. Anyway, that is saved, which means I can just quit from desktop, because it won't let you access your menu at the save screen. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow, Final Fantasy XIV as usual. But we'll be back here next Saturday with more Bridge to the Turnabout. Lurkers who appeared today and who have no idea who I am, It is probably my duty to tell you that I'm also part of an Ace Attorney-related project that's currently being made over the next few months, which is an Ace Attorney fan musical, a revised version of the one that was made like a decade ago, that is being done as an album and will release in November, and I'm playing Edgeworth, which you have just heard me do, so... There's your example. It's called Turnabout, an Ace Attorney musical, and you should look it up. It is way better than you would maybe expect from hearing the term fan musical. Like, when I first heard that term, I thought, ooh. I mean, okay, good for them, but ooh. Then I looked at the thing. Ate my words up real good. It is legitimately brilliant. Arguably, one could say it tells the story better than the games do. But you'll have to wait till November to see how. Fare thee well.